button.
Thank you. Bye.
You asked
Huh?
that he did with my office.
Which one?
We're missing, 7-1 is not on here.
That's the one that
That's the one who
tested
called out with COVID. He's not here. You're correct.
Okay, which one?
Number 10,
10.
11. turn it up. No, is them on?
Can you hear me?
No, it's static.
It's static.
Does he need to do normal?
It is on normal. Can you hear me at all?
Yes.
Okay, you can hear me now. Okay. All right, go ahead.
Case number 2020 CF 2603, the state of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Announce your names for the record, beginning with the state.
Dave Ketchler on behalf of the state.
William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Tony Henderson for Sarah. Kevin Beck for Sarah Boone.
Yes, sir. Mr. Henderson.
Yes, may we approach?
You can speak freely where you're at.
It's just a positionary thing, Judge.
Absolutely.
And then the other thing, was looking at this because I thought the table would be right there. When I looked at it, I thought the defense would be right there, but it's not. And I know I go first tomorrow. I would like to request the, what is it, 1206? Courtroom?
Alpha?
12 Alpha.
You want to be back in 12 Alpha tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I have a better view.
State?
I think we'll have 4 causes if we even have all 53 show up, is what I'm understanding. We may not.
We've got 3 that we're waiting on. So, that's fine by me. So we can start tomorrow morning in 12 Alpha. That's fine. Okay, excellent. As I said, I believe before the lunch hour, I do have a morning docket. I have 1 plea or a bond hearing and then whatever arraignments, and then we can promptly start with you all right thereafter. Okay. Ms. Boone is seated at defense counsel's table wearing the same clothing from this morning. She is in custody. However, she is not shackled. So we all will be standing when our jury panels enters. I'm going to confirm that our jury panel has complied with the instructions given by the court both on October 14th and or October 15th. Additionally, as discussed this morning, juror from panel 3 in seat 48 wearing badge 471 contracted COVID, and the parties have stipulated to strike that juror for cause. Anything else, state, we need to address until we get the balance of our panel here?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, very good. We'll just hang out until I get an update from jury services as to the persons we're missing.
So as to juror in seat number 10, jury number 845, the jury room called, but there was no answer. As to juror in seat 11, juror number 695, he's at work. As to juror in seat number 42, juror 60, there was no answer. We're still waiting on the deputy to check the 12th floor, so I'll bring it up.
Date, assuming that the 2 persons who did not answer, juror in seat 10, badge 845, juror in seat 42, badge 60, what position, if any, do you have with regard to those 2 prospective jurors?
I don't think we should be expecting them this afternoon, so proceed without them.
Okay. And with regard to the juror seated in seat 11, wearing badge 695, who advised that he was at work?
Did he or she advise that he or she will be here immediately, or did we get a response other than that?
He said he thought he didn't have to appear today. He called the number and it said that he did not have to appear. The jury services advised him that he did, and she told him that she would call him back once she speaks with the judge.
I'll leave it to the court and the defense if they want to see how immediately he can be here, but it's already 2:03.
Defense, with regard to all 3 of those persons?
I have no position.
Okay. I'm inclined to proceed, so assuming no one was outside of 12. Okay. Deputy Porter has confirmed that there were no persons sitting outside of 12 Alpha. I'll advise Madam Clerk to let jury services know that juror in seat 11 wearing badge 695 need not report. Do we want to strike them for cause, or what do we want to do with those persons?
For cause.
All right. Those jurors in those seats with badges will be stricken for cause via stipulation. Anything else, State, we need to address before we bring in our panel?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? No, Your Honor. All right, let's stand up and bring in our panel. Thank you.
Where's your
Am I good without mine? Because I'll turn it on, but then I.
too many deaths.
Too loud sometimes. You take a picture.
Bruce, is someone bringing them in?
please, if you can swear in our panel.
Will everyone please raise your right hands to be sworn, please? Do each of you swear or affirm to answer truthfully all questions asked of you as prospective jurors, so help you God? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you all. You may be seated. Good afternoon, members of our panel. Welcome now to courtroom 23 Alpha of the Orange County Courthouse in the Circuit Court Criminal Division. As you may recall, my name is Judge Michael Kranick, and I will be the presiding judge in the case of the state of Florida versus Sarah Boone. I'm going to ask the state to please reintroduce themselves to you for this afternoon's proceedings.
Good afternoon. Dave Cacciatore, Assistant State Attorney.
William J., Assistant State Attorney.
In the defense, if you could please introduce yourself and your client again to our panel.
Good afternoon. My name is James Owens. This is my client, Sarah Boone.
Good afternoon. Tony Henderson, co-counsel for Sarah Boone.
Good afternoon again. Kevin Beck, on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Good afternoon. Shelby Andrews, jury selection and trial consultant.
Good afternoon. Attorney Lauren Henderson, assisting the defense team.
Thank you all. You can be seated. Before we get started, members of our panel, I wanted to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions that were given to you either on October the 14th or October the 15th, not to conduct any independent research or investigation, not to watch the local news or read local newspapers, and not to discuss this case with anyone, either in person or through a computer. If you've complied with the court's instructions, please raise your paddles at this time. Record will reflect that all paddles have been raised. Members of the jury, I still have a couple of questions to go over with each and every one of you this afternoon before I turn over questioning to the state. Now, as we've discussed previously, either with you when you were with us on Monday or Tuesday, that this is a criminal case. And I want to go over a couple of important criminal concepts that you might be familiar with. Now, maybe you're familiar with this by virtue of schooling or watching TV or reading the newspaper or books or just your own life experiences. But it's not every day that we get to see these criminal concepts played out in real life. So I want to take the opportunity to go over some of those with you now. The first is the presumption of innocence. In the United States of America, when you are charged with a crime, you are presumed innocent. It doesn't matter if it's an allegation of speeding or an allegation of murder. Miss Boone comes into this courtroom presumed innocent. If I was to ask one of you to render a verdict right now, what would your verdict be? So continuing from Monday or Tuesday, the interactive portion of our program, I'm going to be asking questions again. So does anybody want to take a jump at that? If I was to ask you to render a verdict right now, what it would be? Juror number 34. Yes, sir. Perfect. Not guilty. Does anybody disagree with that? Raise your paddles. Okay. No paddles. Does everyone agree with that? Raise your paddles if you agree with juror 34. Juror number 6. I don't see your paddle raised, sir. Oh, there we go. All right. Raise them up high for me. All right, record reflect, all paddles have been raised. Thank you. Juror 34 is completely right. That's right. Your verdict right now would have to be not guilty or innocent because you have not seen or heard or observed anything to overcome that presumption of innocence. Does anyone have an issue with the fact that Miss Boone right now, as she sits, is absolutely not guilty? If you have a concern with that concept, please raise your paddle at this time. Court sees no paddles. Does anyone think that just because of where Miss Boone is seated at the defense counsel's table, she must have done something wrong? If you have that opinion, please raise your paddle at this time. Court sees no paddles. One of the other criminal concepts to address is if you're selected to be a juror in this case, it'll be your job to determine the facts, apply the law that I give you, and render a lawful verdict. This is the phrase of sitting in judgment. Now, I want you to understand that you're not going to be passing any moral judgments on the defendant. You're also not going to be imposing a fair and impartial sentence. That will be the court's job if, and only if, the state meets their burden beyond a reasonable doubt. That way, the role of the jury and the role of the judge are separate and they never overlap. With that being said, does anyone have any religious or moral concerns to act as a juror and sit in judgment in this case? Juror number 20. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I have a religious concern. I feel like Jesus is the number one person, so I'm not sure that I would be fit to sit in outside.
Okay. But do you understand that you're not going to actually be rendering any judgment? Okay. Well, let me explain it to you this way. So if you're asked to serve as our juror in this case, right, you're going to listen to the evidence that the state presents. You're going to listen to the evidence that the defense presents if they put on a case. And then I'm going to explain the law to you. And then you'll have to apply that law to the facts to say yes or no, did the state meet their burden of proof? Do you understand all that? Can you do that? Okay, I appreciate your honesty. Thank you, ma'am. The lawyers may have some follow-up with you on that. Anyone else, moral or religious concerns by sitting in judgment? Raise your paddles. Okay, court sees no paddles. The next concept is reasonable doubt. And I've used that a couple of times, both Monday and Tuesday, when I first had the opportunity to speak with you. We need to understand that the state of Florida is the one who has brought the charge against Ms. Boone in this case. And we need to understand that they are the ones that have the burden of proof in this case. The defense has a constitutional right to sit there and do absolutely nothing other than argue that the state has failed to meet that burden of proof because the defense has no burden. The burden is entirely upon the state of Florida during the course of this trial. Does anyone have an issue with the constitutional principle that the burden of proof stays with the state of Florida at all times to prove all allegations against Ms. Boone? If you have an issue with that concept, please raise your paddle at this time. Court sees no paddles. Does anyone here think that Ms. Boone has to prove anything to you? If you have that opinion, please raise your paddle at this time. Court sees no paddles. Now, as I said, the state of Florida's burden is beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm now going to read to you the legal definition of reasonable doubt as created by the Florida Supreme Court. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. Don't worry, there's not a pop quiz. I'm not going to ask any of you to read that back to me. That's the legal definition of reasonable doubt. Now, if you're selected to be a member of our jury, you'll be given a copy of that instruction when I read you the law, and you'll be able to bring that in with you to the deliberation room while you make your decisions in this case. Raise your paddles if you agree to apply the definition that I just gave to you. I believe I see all paddles. Let me ask it this way. Is anyone not going to apply the definition that I gave to you? Raise your paddles. Court sees no paddles. Thank you. Is there anyone here who thinks that burden is just too high for the state? Beyond a reasonable doubt. Too much. Anybody have that thought? Raise your paddles now. Okay, court sees no paddles. Alternatively, does anyone think that burden is just too low? Beyond a reasonable doubt, too low for the state. Needs to be more. If you have that opinion, raise your paddle at this time. Okay, court sees no paddles. Now, nothing in the instructions that I give to you are going to tell you how many witnesses the state needs to call or how many pieces of evidence they need to provide to us to prove their case in order to convict Ms. Boone. If the state calls one witness, no exhibits, no paper, just one witness, and that witness convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Boone is guilty, what should your verdict be? Anybody want to take a jump at that question? I think juror number 8 was slightly before you, number 17. Juror number 8, yes, sir. Speak up for me. Okay. Does anybody disagree with that? Okay. Juror 8. Oh, juror number 2, do you disagree? Yes, sir. Everything's been presented. One witness, the defense chooses not to put on a case. You hear from one witness, and that witness convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt. What should your verdict be? Speak up for me, sir. So you agree it should be a guilty verdict? Thank you. Does anyone disagree with that? Raise your paddles if you do. Okay, I see no paddles. Juror number 2. Let's change this a little bit. Let's say the state calls 30 witnesses and puts in 3,000 pieces of information. And you're on our jury and you go back to the deliberation room and you take notes and you remember everything that everybody said. And you look intently at every single piece of those 3,000 pieces. You're not convinced. You have doubts. What's your verdict? Does anybody disagree with that? Raise your paddles if you disagree with that. Court sees no paddles. Now, the reason juror 2 and jury 8 and I had that conversation, it's not about the quantity of the evidence and testimony that the state provides. It's the quality of the evidence and testimony the state provides. Raise your paddles if you understand that. All right. Record reflect all paddles have been raised. Raise your paddles if you agree to apply that. Record reflect all paddles have been raised. All right, thank you very much. The next is the right to remain silent. In every criminal proceeding, a defendant has the absolute right to remain silent. I will instruct you to follow the law as set out in the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Florida. And it says that you cannot hold it against the defendant if she chooses not to testify. Is there anyone that has an issue with this concept? Raise your paddle if you do. Court sees no paddles. Is there anyone here who expects to hear from Ms. Boone during trial? If you have that expectation, please raise your paddle. Court sees no paddles. Now, oh, no, 39, I'm sorry. I didn't see you. Yes, ma'am. Why is it that you expect to hear from Ms. Boone? You're going to have to speak up for me. Do we have a microphone? Perfect. All right, ma'am. The deputy's going to bring you the microphone. If you could speak into it for us, that would be fabulous.
No, I'm not too familiar, but I thought that if the individual is claiming to be innocent, that he or she would speak on his or her behalf to help prove their innocence.
Okay, but did you hear me explain earlier that the state of Florida is the one that has the burden in this case?
The state of Florida has the burden to prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
Correct.
The defendant is guilty.
Correct. And that Ms. Boone comes into this court, whether it be here in 23A or 12 Alpha or any other floor in this courtroom, with the presumption of innocence. She's done nothing wrong. Do you understand that?
I hear you.
Okay. So why is it that if she chooses not to testify and exercise that constitutional right, are you going to hold it against her if she does not testify?
I wouldn't say hold it against her.
You would.
I wouldn't say that I would hold it against her. I just thought that she would have something to say.
Okay. What if she chooses not to say anything?
It's her choice.
Okay. And if we get to the defense case and they say, Judge, we're not going to put on a case, and you don't hear anything from the defense, is that going to be an issue? Are you going to have concerns because you haven't heard from her?
At that point, it's just basically a matter of going with what has been presented. If there is nothing presented from her, then...
So if she chose not to testify, would you or would you not hold it against her?
I wouldn't hold it against her because at the end of the day, it's a personal choice.
Okay. All right. Thank you. The lawyers may have some follow-up with you. Anyone else? Concerns if Or rather, if you expect to hear from Ms. Boone. Anyone else expect to hear from her? If you do, go ahead and raise your paddles. All right, court sees no paddles. Thank you. A final way to think about these criminal concepts that we just went over, presumption of innocence, reasonable doubt, right to remain silent, is that I'm the judge. Because I'm the judge, I can do whatever I want. I can't. It's not how it works. Doesn't matter what I think, doesn't matter what I feel. What matters is on the wall, right up there, in stone. Equal justice under the law. Every courtroom has to apply it the same way, whether I like it or not. And I'm going to ask you to do the same things. And what myself and the state and the defense are interested in knowing is whether or not the beliefs and feelings that you may have, if you can set those aside and follow the law that I'm going to give to you in this case. Does anyone have any concerns with regard to the criminal concepts that we just went over? If you do, please raise your paddles at this time. Court sees no paddles. Now, I've had the opportunity to go over some of your questionnaires over the last couple of days to get to know some of you. We have all different persons from different walks of life. We have stay-at-home mothers, we have security personnel, engineers, CFOs, recreation coordinators, sales reps, and managers of hotels. All different walks. Now, when I give you instructions on the credibility of witnesses, there's not going to be a different set of rules for hotel managers, sales reps, stay-at-home moms, engineers, or CFOs. They're all looked at equally. The same goes for law enforcement. Is anyone here going to believe a law enforcement officer just a little bit more because they're a law enforcement officer? If you have that belief, please raise your paddle at this time. All right, court sees no paddles. Flip side of that coin. Are you going to believe a law enforcement officer just a little bit less because they're a law enforcement officer? If you have that opinion, please raise your paddles at this time. All right, court sees no paddles. My last topic involves any personal experiences in the criminal justice system. Have any one of you or your immediate family members ever been arrested? If so, please raise your paddles at this time. I'm going to start over here on my left. I have 1 and 6. You go ahead and put those down. Thank you. Nope, second row, keep about 15 and 19. Thank you. And 29. All right, thank you very much. And over here on my right, 8. Thank you, sir. You put that down. 22, 26, 27, 38, 39, 40, 48, 49, and 53. All right, I'm going to start over here on my left. Juror number and seat number 1, afternoon. Who was it?
Who was it?
Yes, sir. Who was it in relation to you?
Who was it? I have a lot of it.
Okay.
I have brothers and uncles. I think my father's in
Okay. Did those take place here in Orange County? Oh, some of them did. Okay. Do you recall who specifically that may have happened here in Orange County?
I believe my brother, my older brother.
Okay. And what about your father?
I believe he did have some instances in Orange County.
Okay. And do you know if they were taken to court?
I was really young when this happened, so I would like to say it did.
How long ago was both your brother and your father? Ballpark it for me.
I was in middle school. I'm 24 right now, so I would say maybe around 2013, 12-ish.
Okay, so 10, 12 years ago? Okay. But can you say for certain whether or not they went to court? Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge as to whether they were represented by an attorney? Okay. And do you have any personal knowledge as to whether or not they were treated fairly? Okay. Your father, and you had other extended family as well that may have gone through it. Was that here in Florida or other states? Okay. Do you know in those instances if those family members went to court? Do you have any personal knowledge if they were represented by attorneys? Okay. Do you have any personal knowledge as to whether or not they were treated fairly through that process? All right. Your brother and father's experiences experiences in the criminal justice system here in Orange County, along with your extended family's experiences in the criminal justice system in the state of Florida generally, are those going to have any impact on your ability to fairly and impartially weigh the evidence in this case? Okay, thank you, sir. Juror number 6. Afternoon, sir. What happened, who, and when?
It was me, and it's been 40 years ago.
Where was that, sir?
New Jersey.
Did you go to court?
Yes.
Were you represented by an attorney?
Yes.
Do you believe you were treated fairly through that process?
I think court, yes.
Your own experiences in the criminal justice system in the state of New Jersey, will that have any impact on your ability to fairly and impartially weigh the evidence in this case? Shouldn't?
Should not.
Okay, thank you. Juror in seat 15. Yes, sir. Also up in New Jersey? When did that take place, or when in time? Do you have any knowledge, sir, if they went to court? Do you have any knowledge if they were represented by attorneys? Do you have any knowledge as to whether or not they were represented by attorneys? Okay. Do you have any knowledge as to whether or not they were treated fairly through that process? Thank you for your service, sir. Your brother's experience 30 some odd years ago in the state of New Jersey in that criminal justice system, will that impact your ability to fairly and impartially weigh the evidence in this case? All right, thank you, sir. Juror number 19.
My brother was arrested for DUI.
Well, when was that, sir?
25 years ago.
And where was that?
Wilmington, Indiana.
Okay. And do you have any knowledge as to whether or not he went to court?
He did. He had an attorney. I was living in the state. I called him and he said they got me. He served 3 days in jail.
Okay.
He admitted he.
Do you have any knowledge? Okay, so fair and impartial? No, he was treated fairly through that process? And is that going to have any impact on your ability to be fair and impartial in this case?
No.
Thank you, sir. Juror number 29. Hello. I may need her to get the microphone because you're even farther back than everybody else.
Hello.
Hello.
It's an estranged uncle of mine.
Okay.
I was in middle school and high school, so that had to have been like at least 15 years ago.
15?
About there, probably.
Got it. And where was that, ma'am?
It was here. I know in Florida. I know he's been arrested several times. I'm gonna guess some of them were in Orange County, but I don't talk to him. My mother does. None of us talk to him that are close to me.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge if he went to court in any of those cases?
He did. My understanding is he has 2 felonies.
Okay. Do you know if he was represented by an attorney?
I do not.
Do you have any knowledge as to whether he was treated fairly through those processes?
Yeah, he did that stuff.
Okay. Your uncle's experience 15 some odd years ago, both here in Orange County and other places in Florida, will that have any impact on your ability to fairly and impartially weigh the evidence?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Hey, anyone else on my left, you or immediate family member been arrested? Please raise your paddles. All right, court sees no paddles. Moving over here to my right, juror in seat number 8. Yes, sir.
My brother was arrested last year for assault in Florida, state out west, and was represented by an attorney. Charges were dropped.
Do you believe he was treated fairly through that process?
What I know is.
Would your brother's experience, would you recall where out west, sir?
I don't. I just barely learned about it.
Okay. Your brother's experience in the criminal justice system in the western part of our fine United States, is that going to impact your ability to fairly and impartially weigh the evidence in this case? All right, thank you very much. Moving to juror in seat 22. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, my brother was arrested in New York City in a house. I don't know when he
Well, at least he got there on time.
He got arrested in also in my country. I don't know where he got arrested or if he got have contact with my family. I just hear from my mom.
Okay. Do you know when the New York arrest happened and when the Kosovo arrest happened?
In New York City, then
Okay. And was the other arrest before or after that?
after that,
Okay.
recently
How recent is recent?
2 years ago.
Okay. All right. Thank you. With regard to the arrest in New York City, do you know if he went to court?
I don't know nothing about it. I just know he made it through. I was very young.
Okay. All right. Your brother's arrest in New York City, is that going to have any impact on your ability to be fair and impartial in this case? Okay. All right. Thank you, ma'am. Juror in seat 26.
Yes, Your Honor. I was told to see by the police and process part of once he ran my driver's license, it turned out I had suspended driver's license. So I was processed at the police station in ROR. I went to work, represented myself, came back to the current license, and then judge dismissed the charge.
Do you believe you were treated fairly through that process, sir? Your own experience in the criminal justice system in Polk County, is that going to have any impact on your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? All right, thank you, sir. Juror in seat 27. Hang on, we're going to hand you the microphone. Madam Court reporter's having a difficult time hearing you.
When I was 16, I was arrested for violating probation.
Okay. All
And
right.
I was out of state. Also, my father, maybe 25 years ago, was arrested, also out of state.
Which state?
New York State.
In New York? Okay, thank you. And sir, with regard to your father, did he go to court?
Yes, he did.
Was he represented by an attorney?
As far as I know, he was.
Do you have any knowledge as to whether or not he was treated fairly through that process?
I would assume so.
Okay, and with regard to yourself, sir, did you go to a juvenile facility or juvenile court?
No.
Were you ever represented by an attorney?
Yes, I was.
And do you believe you were treated fairly through that process?
Yes.
Your own experience and your father's experience in the criminal justice system in New York, be it adult or juvenile, is that going to have any impact on your ability to fairly and impartially weigh the evidence in this case?
No, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Juror in seat 38.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
How are you?
Let's use the microphone with you as well.
Okay.
Oh, you got it. All right, thank you, sir. What happened?
My brother was arrested back in Pittsburgh in about 2008, 2009.
All right. And did he go to court, sir?
As far as I know, he did, yes.
Was he represented by an attorney?
Sure. I'm not too familiar. I was younger, but yes.
All right. And do you have any knowledge as to whether or not he was treated fairly through that process?
I would say so, yeah.
Okay. Your brother's experience in the criminal justice system in Pittsburgh, is that going to have any impact on your ability to fairly and impartially weigh the evidence in this case?
No.
All right. Thank you, sir. Juror in seat 39.
Yes, hello.
Yes, ma'am.
My stepbrother and stepfather were both arrested previously.
When and where?
My stepbrother, I believe it was probably about 30 years ago.
Okay. And your mother? Stepmother?
Stepfather.
Stepfather and stepbrother.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And your stepfather? How long ago was that?
Probably about 15 years ago.
Where was that?
In Orange County. Well, for my stepfather, it was in Orange County. For my stepbrother, I believe it was in Virginia, and then he was transferred somewhere else, New Jersey.
It was transferred from Virginia to where?
I think New Jersey.
Okay, all right. And do you have any knowledge as to whether either of them went to court, be it in Virginia, New York, or here?
My stepbrother went to court. I was in college at the time, but he went to court. However, I don't believe that he had an attorney that we paid for, that the family paid for. So he was probably represented by a public vendor.
Okay. And what about your father? Your stepfather, excuse me.
I can't remember. I just know that I posted the bail.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge as to whether both of them were treated fairly?
I don't think that my stepbrother was treated fairly. He served 27 years.
What about your father?
I believe he was.
Your brother's experience and father's experience in the criminal justice system, will that have any impact on your ability to fairly and impartially weigh the evidence in this case?
I don't know.
Okay. Well,
I don't know because, like I said, there were two different experiences, and I saw each experience differently.
Okay. All right, ma'am. I appreciate that. The lawyers may have some follow-up with you on that. Thank you. 40.
Hello.
Hello.
My dad and my sister have been arrested.
When and where with your father?
My dad was in New York City late 90s for narcotics, and my sister was about 6 years ago for a domestic violence dispute.
And where was your sister's arrest?
Here, Orange County.
Okay, all right. Did your father go to court in the late 90s?
Yes.
Was he represented by an attorney?
Yes.
Do you have any knowledge as to whether he was treated fairly through that process?
Yes, I mean, he did it, so I guess yes, he
Okay.
was.
Same question with regard to your sister. Was she represented by an attorney?
She was.
And do you have any knowledge as to whether she was treated fairly?
It was a mutual fight between her boyfriend, so only she got reprehended and he didn't. But she was in the fight, so I guess yes.
Okay. Your sister's experience and your father's experience in the criminal justice system here and in New York, is that going to have any impact on your ability to fairly and impartially weigh the evidence in this case?
No, I can separate the both.
Okay, thank you. Juror seat 48.
I was arrested in 2009 in Osceola County. I was represented by an attorney. I was treated fairly.
Okay. Your own experience, sir, in Osceola County, that can have any impact on your ability to fairly and impartially weigh the evidence in this case? None whatsoever?
Correct.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome.
Juror seat 49.
In 1979, I was involved in a DUI single car accident. I waived counsel and threw myself on the mercy of the court.
Sir, do you believe you were treated fairly through that process?
Absolutely.
And where was that, sir?
Spokane, Washington.
Okay. Your experience in the criminal justice system in Washington State, will that have any impact on your ability to fairly and impartially weigh the evidence in this case?
It will not.
Thank you, sir. And 53.
Hello.
Afternoon. Yes, ma'am.
I had some cousins and an uncle that were arrested.
Okay. When and where?
Late 80s, early 90s. And Illinois and Medellin, Colombia.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge as to whether they went to court in Illinois?
They did.
Do you have any knowledge as to whether they were represented by an attorney?
I believe they were.
Do you have any knowledge as to whether they were treated fairly?
I don't know. I was in college.
Okay. All right. Your cousin and uncle's experience in the criminal justice system in the state of Illinois, will that have any impact on your ability to fairly and impartially weigh the evidence in this case?
No impact.
All right. Do you have any knowledge as to their experiences in the Colombian criminal justice system?
It was a lot different than here.
Yeah. I'm just asking if you know anything about it. That's all.
Oh, they were. I don't know. He went to a special jail.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you, ma'am. All right. Members of our panel, at this time, I'm going to. 52. Yes.
Sorry, Your Honor, I didn't respond earlier because it was ancient history and I had forgotten.
Okay.
My father was arrested in the 1970s.
Okay.
In Orange County. It was he was selling stolen vehicles, so it was a federal case. He was represented by an attorney. As far as I know, he was treated fairly. I was a teenager, and I don't really know any details.
Is your father's experience in the federal justice system going to have any impact on your ability to fairly and impartially weigh the evidence in this case?
No, I don't remember anything much about it.
Okay, thank you. And I thought I saw 12 or 13 put their podium. Yes, ma'am. Juror number 13.
I also didn't raise earlier. I didn't know if this counts, but my ex-husband was arrested.
Yes.
It's actually a pending. Testing. It's a pending case, so I guess I wanted to let the court know. I doubt that a court date will be set within this trial, but if so, I intend to testify in that case.
Okay. And where is that case pending?
Orange County.
All right. Do you know if he's represented by an attorney?
Yes.
Do you know what the charge is?
Domestic battery.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, is he being treated fairly currently?
To my knowledge, yes.
Your brother's current
ex-husband.
Say what?
Ex-husband.
I'm sorry. Your ex-husband's current experience in the criminal justice system here in Orange County, is that going to have any impact on your ability to fairly and impartially weigh the evidence in this case?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Just one last sweep. Anyone else, you or immediate family members, been arrested? Go ahead and raise those paddles if I've missed you. All right, court sees no paddles. All right, members of our jury, at this time, I'm going to go ahead and turn over questioning to the state. Yes. All right, members of our jury, it is 2:48. We're going to go ahead and take a short recess at this time because the state is going to be asking you some questions for a little bit. Similar instruction I've given you over the last couple of days. There's still no case. We may know what the charge is, but there's no facts before you. So please don't talk amongst yourselves or anyone else about the case, the persons, the places, the charge, or the things that are involved. And don't conduct any independent investigation or research. And we're going to ask you to come back at 3 o'clock. All right? Thank you very much. Wearing badge. Thank you. I've been advised from a note from the deputy that juror in seat 30 has some questions. So if you want to move right in front of where Madam Court Reporter is.
30, John?
Juror in seat 20, badge 294, is going to be dismissed. But juror in seat 30, wearing badge 58, has some questions. Yes, sir.
So, with all due respect, I know we talked about this yesterday regarding my condition and experience with all this. You know, I did get in touch with my office manager yesterday, and working in the healthcare system, just having this 2-week long trial of sporadic scheduling. I feel uncomfortable in regards to updating my patients and like having to call them and cancel their appointments and reschedule them. And I know yesterday you were asking, even right now when you're saying, are you able to partially make sound judgments? And honestly, with not having enough PTO to take 2 weeks off and like have this sort of schedule, as well as kind of stressed out about like the next time I need to come in and have to call patients for cancellations. I personally don't feel like I can be part of the jury panel.
I recall us speaking yesterday, and you were going to speak to your employers to how much, if any, of your jury service that would be covered. Yes. How much, if any, is covered, sir?
You know, I do work for a corporate dental office, and even with that, my manager did do some research today before coming in here, and it turns out that there is zero coverage, and I will have to use my own personal PTO if I want to get some form of coverage. And even if I did want to, I did the math with my accountant. I don't have enough to be able to cover for all of this. Like for today especially, like the times that I missed, I will not get time off. And then also like calling after 5 o'clock, because we close at 5. So calling in after 5 to figure out when the next time I'll be needed. It's unfair to both the office, patient, and myself to have to call the next following morning to tell them that the appointment that they've made for that time, and even to confirm it like a few weeks before, say, hey, actually we can't see you today. So it's kind of too chaotic for me, my office, and my patients.
All right, thank you, sir. State, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Defense, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
All right, can you all approach for a moment? All right, sir. I've had the opportunity to discuss you specifically with the state and the defense. We're going to go ahead and excuse you, sir, from jury service in this matter. You can head back down to the first floor, jury services. They'll validate your parking and give you any additional instructions, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Juror in seat 20, afternoon, ma'am. I've also had the opportunity, you just hang out right where you're at, you're good. I've also had the opportunity to speak with both state and defense regarding your service as well. We're going to excuse you as well. Same instructions. Head back on down to the first floor, jury services. They'll validate your parking and give you anything else. Thank you very much. You can leave your paddle behind. For the record, juror in seat 20 wearing badge 294 and juror in seat 30 wearing badge 58 have both been stricken for cause by way of stipulation. State, anything else we need to address?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor.
Now, State, you had advised yesterday that you believed your examination would be 2 to 2.5 hours. Is that still where we're at?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do we want to inquire of our panel of staying slightly after 5? Because if it's 2.5 hours, that takes us to 5:30.
No.
Okay, you just want to go. All right. Fair enough. All right. We'll see you all in 5 minutes. Thank you. 2020 CF 2603, State of Florida versus Sarah Boone. State. Defense.
Owens for the defense.
Kevin Beck for the defense.
Ms. Boone is standing at counsel's table wearing the same clothing from earlier in the day. She is in custody, however, she is not shackled. We'll continue to stand when our jury panel enters and exits. It's been brought to my attention by the courtroom deputy that jurors in seats 22 and 38 know each other. I did not inquire of anyone to look around to see if they acknowledged anyone. I will be asking that question when our panel re-enters, and I'll specifically ask 22 and 38 how they recognize and if it's going to have any impact. Anything else, State?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? No. All right, let's stand and bring in our panel. Bless you. Say that one more time, Bruce.
9 and 13.
Yeah.
Seats.
They need seats?
The seats.
Oh, it's not juror 9 and juror number 13?
Seat 9 and seat 13.
Seat 9 and 13. Who knows? Okay. So it's seat 9 and 13.
Okay, thank you. So it's not 22 and 38?
Okay.
Okay, so 9 and 13 know each other. Okay, thank you. Got it, thank you. State, you recognize our panel.
As best I can.
All right. Deputy Bruce, just give me a thumbs up. We've got everybody. Defense, do you recognize our panel?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Y'all can be seated. Now, one thing I forgot to ask, because I've seen so many of you since Monday, could you all do a favor and take a look around amongst yourselves? Right, left, front, center. Does anyone recognize anyone? Okay, I see 9, 13, 38. Hang on. 9, 13, 24, 38, and 51 on my right. Anyone over here on my left? Do you recognize anyone sitting near or around you? Juror number 3 and 2. Let's start with you two. How do y'all recognize each other? Monday. Okay, you were on the panel on Monday? Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate you both. Moving over here to my right, jurors number 9 and 13. Same reason or different reason? Really? That's completely random. Do y'all do anything outside of work? All right. Do you spend time with each other? Okay. What was that, juror number 13? Okay, that's fair. Is the fact that if both of you were seated on our jury, the fact that you work together going to have any impact on your ability to follow and listen to the evidence? Juror number 9. No. Juror number 13. Is that going to have any impact on your ability to be fair and impartial? Juror number 9. No. Juror number 13. Okay, thank you very much. Juror number 24. Who might you recognize, sir? Is that juror number 25? Okay. But juror number 25 doesn't recognize you. Okay. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Juror number 38. Who do you recognize, sir? Is that because they were all on the panel with you earlier? Appreciate you, sir. And juror number 51. Okay, do you see her anywhere now? No. Okay. Well, if you see her later, please bring it to our attention, okay? All right, thank you very much. With that, members of the jury, I'm going to go ahead and turn over questioning to the state at this time. Mr. J, you may proceed.
Thank you. Let me know if I'm too loud with the microphone, because I'm pretty loud without it. Thank you all for your service. We're going to go through more questioning. I'll have some questions today. Defense will likely have questions tomorrow. We're just asking you to be open and honest with us. Even though we're going to get personal, even though we're going to ask you things that you may not think makes any sense, we're just asking you to be open and honest with us, because day 4 of the jury trial, if something comes up during the trial that we asked you about and you didn't tell us, it's going to be too late. We're going to have to, we could have problems. So, can everybody promise to be open and honest with me to the best of your ability? Louder so I can hear you. All right. That's more like it. We are past that afternoon lull. You know, after lunch, there's sleepy time, but we're at 3 o'clock, so we should be past that. First thing I'm going to ask you about, which you may not think makes any sense, but I promise it will in a minute. Who went on sleepovers as a child to a friend's house, or a cousin's house, relative's house? All right, just about everybody. How about as an adult? You know, we have these Airbnbs and all these different places that you can now vacation with your friends and your family. Anybody do that as an adult? All right. Now, in those experiences, as a child sleeping over or as an adult having a sleepover, did you learn anything about the people and the way they live that was shocking or unusual to you? Does that apply to anybody? All right, 6. Without naming names, just briefly, what was it?
The family was kind of dysfunctional.
Okay.
You know, the guy that I was friends with, we were, 17, 18, but just staying over at his house, it was just very odd. The whole family dynamic was very different.
Okay.
And he was, when we were by ourselves or with another group.
Okay. Anybody else? Just one more volunteer and we'll move on. 17. No names. No names.
2 friends' houses I stayed over, their parents had pornography. My dad didn't, so it was kind of shocking.
Okay. All right. You may win. We may not top that. All right. How about just in our adult lives? You come across people either you know, coworkers, or maybe you see strangers in public at a restaurant, and you see a couple interacting in a way that is shocking or very different than what you're used to or how you would want to be treated or wanted to see your partner treated. Does that apply to anybody? All right. Let's pick on seat 32. Microphone? Bet you guys didn't know this was going to happen when we were in 12A.
I was just saying that probably most people have seen people have a loud fight in a public place, and it's a little weird.
Okay. Anybody else ever experienced that? All right. Obviously, everybody has their own subjective opinions about how we perceive the world, how we think everybody should be living. What I'm going to ask you is, if in this case, the only person's state of mind that matters will be the defendant's, not yours, just what the evidence shows about her state of mind, can everybody set aside what they may learn about as we take a glimpse into Ms. Boone's and Mr. Torres's life, at least for a day, but perhaps a larger window of time? Can everybody agree that the only person's state of mind that will be relevant to you in the jury instructions will be Ms. Boone's?
Yes.
Does anybody have any doubt in your ability to put aside your subjective, what would you do, what would you say, beliefs, and just follow the law and only be concerned with Ms. Boone's state of mind? Anybody have doubts in their ability to do that? And it's fine if you do. Today is the day, though, not day 4. Are you just holding your placard up?
I feel like I always put myself in other situations, try to, so it'll hard to.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody agree with Mr. 2? Seat 6, how do you feel about that?
I just think that it would depend on the circumstances of what was happening. I mean, I've seen different things back and forth between people that, sometimes it's like, just let it go. And other times you just got to say something.
Well, as a juror, it's not going to be your place to go back in time and say something that may have been happening in the past. What your job as the juror is going to be is, did the state prove this beyond a reasonable doubt? And an element of one of the crime is going to involve her state of mind. And perhaps another instruction may involve her state of mind. Do you have any doubt in your ability to set aside your state of mind, your personal feelings about the conduct that was described in the testimony and evidence, and just only consider that for her state of mind?
I guess I could.
So, here we go back onto the airplane.
Yes, I can.
Do you have any doubt in your ability to do that?
I think I can. Yeah, I can.
Okay. Anybody else have anything they want to say about this topic? Because this part of the trial is the only time you can ask a lawyer and you will not get a bill. So, if you have a question, now's the time to ask a question about this topic. If we move on to another topic and you want to come back, that's fine. It's still free. All right. We're good on this? Anybody following baseball? Everybody that follows baseball and has stakes in television rights wants the New York Yankees and Aaron Judge to play Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Dodgers. So I'm very sorry for the Guardians fans and the Mets fans. Sorry, Madam 50. All right. My next question is, do we have any professional baseball players here? No professional baseball players out of 48? Okay. All right. Let's say that a reasonable batting average, and you don't have to know a lot about baseball, so if you don't, you're going to be fine. Let's say the average batting average is 200, which means 20%. 1 out of 5 times that you go up to the plate, you're going to get a hit, make it to first base or further safely, and get a big salary when your contract is up. All right? Knowing that, when any particular baseball player that is in the Major League Baseball league steps up to the plate, is it reasonable to expect that 20% of the time they should get a hit. Anybody think it's not reasonable if that's like the average, normal, objectively reasonable baseball player? Now, if you're doing 300 or higher, you're going to get a lot more money. All right. How about you, seat 12? Have you ever stepped into the batter's box, baseball or softball, and swung a bat? I can't hear you. Yes. All right. I assume that was not at the Major League Baseball level. So you've never faced somebody that throws potentially 100 miles an hour and can make the ball do 3 or 4 different tricks and slide it around up and down and all around. All right. Do you think it would be objectively reasonable for you to get a hit if you tried 200 times? All right. Anybody disagree? Nothing personal to number 12, but put yourself. Who thinks here, like, after never having faced a major league player, all right, we'll get to you, 48, that you could do this? All right, seat 48. You can do it.
Yes.
All right. What's your baseball background?
Play Little League.
All right. And so that's 9 to 12 years old?
Yeah.
And the rubber is 45 feet away from the plate, right?
I work with a professional pitcher who got injured.
Okay.
He's a man.
All right.
Sitting right next to me, asking how to do things.
Okay.
You and I.
All right.
Each one of us is capable of hitting that bat.
Okay.
Probability and statistics. You threw out a high volume number.
Right.
So it is statistically likely that I will make contact. It might be a foul. It might go into the dirt. I'm going to hit it.
All right. I'm talking about getting a hit. You're going to be on first base and asking for a contract.
What's the volume again?
200 pitches.
Yes.
All right. So, potentially you're going to have a jury instruction that reads, what would be objectively reasonable for the person in those circumstances?
They don't throw 200 pitches at all.
All right. So, the baseball example is one person may have a vastly different experience in the batter's box than another. Would everybody agree with that? And so, in that particular instance, if you're read an instruction about what an objectively reasonable person in those circumstances would do, it's going to be, again, that person and not your personal experience. Does everybody understand that? Anybody have a problem, they think, with following that instruction? The last thing we're doing, and what is not a part of this, is asking you, the juror, what you would do. And I just want to make sure nobody has any problems understanding that this is not about what you would do. Anybody have a doubt in their ability? That's a no. We got quiet.
No.
Okay. Next thing I want to talk about. Second-degree murder. I know that it's been mentioned from the information that there was a murder charge. It is a second-degree murder charge. Again, there is no death penalty. That is for certain select first-degree murder cases. So this is not a death penalty case. My question is this. If part of the instruction that you will receive at the end of the trial, if you are lucky enough to join us and stay, I know you're already happy about day 2, if there's an instruction that says second-degree murder does not require the state to prove an intent to kill, is anybody going to have any doubts in their ability to follow that instruction? Second-degree murder does not require an intent to kill. First row on the right, your left. Anybody have any problems with that instruction, if it is read? Second row on your left. You're awful quiet, Mr. 25. All right. Third row left. Fourth row left. All right. First row right. Second row right. Third row right. Fourth row right. Okay. I also expect there will be an instruction of the law from the judge that says, basically, voluntary intoxication is not a defense to a crime in Florida, specifically alcohol. Anybody in the front row on the left Have any doubts in your ability to follow that instruction if the judge gives it to you? Second row on the left. Third row on the left. Fourth row on the left. First row on the right. Second row on the right.
No.
Third row on the right. Fourth row on the right. All right. Anybody in the front row right not follow the news at all? Avoid it. I know we talked a little bit about it Monday or Tuesday, but this is going to be a different line of questioning. Anybody avoid the news, doesn't follow it at all? Raise your paddle up high if that applies to you. Front row right, unless you want a shoulders workout. All right. 4, any particular reason you avoid the news?
Super negative.
Okay.
I did watch some of the hurricane stuff, but another...
That's a valid excuse. Who doesn't want to see Jim Cantori?
But no, I don't really...
Okay. Seat 5, also no? No. You do follow the news. All right. Anybody else in the front row right? Second row right. Third, all right, you got to do it high. Like, I'm really going to give you that trip the judge is promising people around the world to your favorite destination. All right, 16. Any particular reason you don't watch the news? Okay, 18. All right. Third row on the right. Avoid the news. 29. Okay. Is it fair to summarize it overwhelming and negative so that everybody could hear? All right. 34. Any particular reason?
No, I just don't prefer not to watch the news.
All right. Is there any particular way you find out what's going on in the world and the community around you other than the news?
I'm just left out in the negative.
All right. If you need to know, you'll know.
Yep, exactly.
Okay. Last row right. Anybody avoid the news? Madam 44.
Local or national?
Either. I couldn't hear you. Okay. You avoid the local and what? One at a time. 44. Why do you avoid the local news? Uninteresting and irrelevant? Okay. But you do follow the national news. Any particular news source or sources that you follow?
Not mainstream. Citizens Free Press, Gateway Pundit, Breitbart, Real Clear Politics.
Well, can we have the microphone? All right, so what are your sources for your national news?
Citizens Free Press, Breitbart, Gateway Pundit, Red State, Real Clear Politics, Front Page Magazine.
Okay. I take it from one of those names, at least one source is right-leaning. Is that fair?
Quite a few are.
Okay. Are any left-leaning?
Real Clear Politics has a pretty good blend.
Okay. How do you go about resolving conflicts in stories? One source may say X happened. Another source says Y happened. Is there any way you go about resolving that since you get your news from multiple sources who may lean in different directions?
Sometimes time plays out. Eventually the truth comes out. Sometimes corrections come out.
Do you ever actively seek to do your own research and find the answer between the two different or more than two different possibilities?
Rarely, because you really can't trust Google.
Okay. All right, thank you. Who else in the back row right avoids the news? Mr. 45.
It's kind of like the same as some other people were saying, where it's just like overly negative. And I also think there's like such an overwhelming amount of information. It can be kind of hard to tell which sources are reliable.
Okay. How do you make determinations in your day-to-day life as to what's reliable?
I think that's kind of the hard part. I don't really have a good reference point. So like usually I'll kind of see some information like, I don't really know if I believe that, but then just not look into it any further and just move on.
Okay. So part of your job application to join us for 2 weeks, which I know is what everybody deeply wants, is you're going to have to decide what is reliable testimony and evidence. So if we were going to ask you what in your skill set makes you a good applicant to become a juror and join us, it would be an honor and a privilege. What makes you good at discerning whether somebody is giving you a reliable version of events?
Well, I mean, I think I probably have like a pretty critical eye. I think the problem that I have with most news is I don't just put the time in to really dive into it, but I do think I like given enough time, I probably would be able to kind of accurately like assess information.
Okay. All right, anybody else in the back row on the right, avoid the news. Mr. 41.
Don't necessarily avoid it, just don't really watch much news at all, if any. Just no time and other things on the watch.
All right.
Baseball.
Who's your team?
The Rays.
The Rays? They need a roof. All right, anybody else in the back row, right? 46.
Very similar. I don't watch TV in general.
Okay. So, like your compatriot right in front of you to your left, how is it that you figure out what's going on in the world around you, whether it's near or far?
Yeah, so I just have people in my life that tell me the important things that I need to know versus everything.
And who are these reliable family members? In your seat 45, correct?
46.
46.
Yes.
So who are your reliable family news sources?
Mainly my parents.
Okay.
So like hurricanes, things like that, I need to know.
Do you happen to do any of that social media stuff?
No. Well, unless you count Pinterest.
Pinterest?
Yeah.
I don't know. Do news stories make it between the cheese boards and the charcuterie? Or?
No, I'm house hunting right now, so it's a lot of house stuff.
Okay. All right. So you're not getting yourself exposed to any news except through your parents?
Correct.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody else on the right side at all before I come over here? Front row left. Do you avoid the news? Mr. 8, why do you avoid the news?
I don't particularly avoid it, but there are only so many hours a day. I only have so much energy to go around.
All right. How is it, if at all, you figure out what's going on in the world near and far?
Trusted sources.
And who are your trusted sources?
People that I trust. If it's important enough for them to bring up, I'll typically ask if it intrigues me.
Okay. So family members are important?
Family members, certain close friends.
Close friends. So same question. Ms. Boone and the state of Florida are looking for people to determine what evidence is reliable. What skill set do you feel like you're bringing to the table to determine what's reliable testimony and evidence?
I think it would just come down to comparing testimony and evidence with the facts.
Okay. So the testimony and the evidence are the facts. So what are you said testimony?
With the law, right?
Okay.
Testimony evidence against the law.
All right. And how are you going to determine what testimony is more reliable than other testimony?
I'm not sure.
Okay. If the judge gives you a series of instructions about how to evaluate witness testimony and evidence, do you believe you'd be able to follow them as a guide? So you're not coming in with your own strong guide is what I'm getting, right?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Was it seat 13? No news for you.
No.
And why not?
I have enough to worry about my own little circle.
Okay.
Most of the time.
And how, if at all, do you learn what's going around in the world around you?
I guess big things I would happen to see on social media, although I don't really look at too much of that. And also, like, my mother texted me that there's a hurricane coming.
All right, so you are unplugged-ish. Okay. Second row right, anybody avoid the news? Madam 28? Any particular reason?
I feel like it doesn't really a lot of times affect my day-to-day. I also have young kids, so when I'm off of work, TV's on Boone, or some other wonderful show. And then at night, it's mentally exhausting. I still watch it. So I learn if there's a hurricane coming because schools are closed, then I flip it on and we watch the Weather Channel all day. Go Tom Terry.
So Channel 6?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Jim Cantori?
Not as much anymore, no.
Okay.
It's not like when he shows up.
That's when you know you're in trouble. What do you do to unwind and relax your mind when you flip on the TV?
I watch a no-brainer show, not a reality show, just some 30-minute sitcom.
Okay.
That
No.
I can fall asleep to, or the sounds of Monday Night Football.
All right. No crime shows?
Sometimes crime shows.
What crime shows?
I've fallen asleep to Law and Order, Dateline.
Okay.
CSI, Criminal Minds.
How much of that would you say makes up your entertainment schedule?
Probably 20%.
Okay. All right. Madam 22, no news for you. Two teenage boys.
And all they do is screaming on the video games and I'm here screaming.
So do you want 2 weeks away from them?
How about for 17 years, I never been away.
Okay. All right. Well, we won't keep you overnight. There's no danger of being sequestered like that. That's not this. Okay. All right. Third row left, avoid the news for any particular reason. Madam 40.
Thank you. So I have 2 kids and I'm a teacher. So if I have some free time after that, I watch Love is Blind.
Okay.
Oh, season 7 is good.
All right. Anybody else in the third row on the left? Fourth row. Mr. 49.
Limited news. I usually just watch for the hurricane notifications and what's going on with that. But for entertainment, I'll flip through my Yahoo and YouTube. But I'm not usually looking for facts there. The reason I don't watch the news is because it's more agenda-based than fact-based. It used to be more factual.
Okay.
That's opinions and agendas.
Mr. 24.
Yeah, it's mostly weather reports and I try to avoid watching mostly because the crime rate is so high these days and it becomes overwhelming. So I try to avoid negativity.
Okay.
Just focus on the main things,
All right.
Politics, policies, weather reports, stuff like that.
Okay.
And probably, listen to different news sources and you weigh the facts and you will find, what's really true and what's really false.
Okay. All right. So Mr. 49 mentioned something. He mentioned that his opinion is that the news has gotten more opinionated over the years. Does anybody agree with Mr. 49's opinion that the news got more opinionated? All right. Does anybody disagree? Okay. Maybe? 23? You don't think the news has gotten more opinionated?
I think there are more news outlets that give you different opinions. I think that there was historically less options that pretty much said the same line. Now with more options, you have more sides of the story.
Okay.
If he could speak up, please.
Here's the mic.
We'll have you repeat that for Mr. Henderson.
I just said that there
are more options today than there were, at least in my background. We went from 3 networks to countless options to find different news, and you can certainly find the opinions that you're looking for, from different outlets.
Okay.
So,
now you mentioned something that I was actually going to hop right into.
great.
How many people with our opinion news driven society actively seek out opinions that they agree with? And you are going to be honest enough to say, when you go looking for news and you know it's going to be opinionated, you want the opinion you agree with. Apply to anybody in the front row on the right? 2? How do you feel about that? How do you resolve conflicts between the 2 sources of information? So if you get selected to be here on the jury, you may hear conflicting facts and you may have to resolve them. The only other people you're going to be able to ask are going to be your several new friends in the back jury room with you. You're not going to be able to phone Dad like on The Millionaire. How do you think you're going to be able to sit in the jury room and resolve conflicts? You think you have the skill set to do that? Okay. You're not going to be able to ignore it. Okay. All right, anybody else in the front row right? Seek out news opinions that you agree with. Second row right. Third row right. Oh, second row, seat 17. How do you feel about opinion news and seeking it out?
Well, I feel like every news organization is opinion news at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I tend to lean right, so I tend to read more right sources.
Mm-hmm.
I also tend to read a lot of other sources because I want to try to find the middle. It seems to be closer. It's not just closer to what is actually true, but often one side will only report certain things that are interesting to their narrative.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you want to hear everything, you have to look at both sides.
Okay. How do you resolve those conflicts?
I mean, looking at both sides for one, trying to stay objective on things. In some cases, like the reverse case study, go back and industry practice, things like that.
Okay. All right. Going to kind of move on, but does anybody else have anything that they feel like they want to share about news and opinions and how you kind of resolve the conflicts that sometimes get presented by our news media? Madam 43?
I think common sense, because obviously every channel has their own lead and spin, but I just ask myself if it makes sense or if it doesn't make sense.
Okay. Mr. 17?
But they add something to that. If it aligns with the other facts that I see right now, like how close is this to what I can see?
Okay. Does anybody actively challenge themselves to find opinions that they know they'll disagree with? All right. Let's hold up the placards for 1 second. All right, 2, 3. You can put them down unless you want to work out. 16, 17, 29, 31, 41, 14, 26, 48, 51, 52, 53. All right, seat 14. How do you go about actively seeking opinions you disagree with?
Well, as some of the other folks have said, I kind of have my set of,
Microphone?
Thank you. Sorry.
Go ahead.
As some of the other folks have said, I kind of have my, go-to news sources, but I always make sure I balance it between both conservative and liberal sources. And I tend to lean more liberal, but I'll actively seek out conservative viewpoints or talk to my conservative friends to make sure that I am getting as full a picture as I can before I form my own opinions on things.
Okay. All right, can we slide the microphone back to seat 52?
I have many friends and relatives even who have very different political leanings than I do, and they send me lots of
sources, and I read them to understand what they believe, and I even research the issues on my own. I'm a retired teacher, and part of the curriculum I had to teach was critical thinking and how to look at multiple sources.
Okay. Anybody else have anything to add on this topic before we move on? It's already ticking to be 3:45. All right. The reason I'm asking about this is presumably nobody knows any of our witnesses because we each read witness lists, and of course there's only one person on earth with those names, and everybody remembers names. So I understand you may realize you know a witness when the witness is up there. But presumably you don't know these witnesses. So you do not have a baseline with these people about having talked to them before and watched them talk and listened to them talk to decide a credibility level. You're going to be asked to evaluate the credibility, the truthfulness, how much weight to give what they're saying. Like, do they deserve a lot of weight because they're an expert or not? So does anybody feel like this job of being asked to evaluate the credibility of strangers is just not in your wheel set of skills? Front row right, does anybody feel like just can't do that, evaluate the credibility of strangers? All right. Second row on the right, anybody feel like they have a doubt in their ability to evaluate the credibility of strangers? Third row right. Last row right. Seat 44, how do you feel about that? And maybe get the microphone.
I feel, pardon me. I feel there's a lack of integrity and character in people today, and that people lie with impunity. And I don't feel like I could have the confidence that I can believe contradictory information. And additionally, with regards to professionals, anybody can be bought with a price.
All right.
I cannot be bought with a price, but I think people who want to give these, quote, professionals, whether it's a professional, well, I won't give an example, but because it happens all the time, even in government. The government wants a study done. Well, you give the right money to the right people and you get the result you want.
Okay. So this is going to be an adversary proceeding. The state has the burden. We have to do it all. And so to use another sports analogy, the defense can put 0 people on the field and wait and see. Does the state of Florida make it to the goal line and get a touchdown? Or are they like the New York Jets? They fumble along the way, they step out of bounds, they put 12 men on the field, they do something incredibly stupid. Do you feel like, given this adversary setting where each side has an opportunity to challenge each other's witnesses with questions, cross-examination has been described as the greatest engine to discover the truth ever invented. Do you feel like you can do that? Or do you feel like you just have this presumption that most people lie and are corrupt, and if they're an expert and getting paid, for sure?
I won't say a general statement that everybody is corrupt and everybody lies, but I would struggle with the reasonable doubt issue.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anybody else agree with Madam 44? Okay. All right. Front row left. Anybody feel like evaluating the credibility of strangers is just not in your wheelhouse? Second row left. Third row left. Fourth row left. All right. So kind of the same spin, and we've talked about it a little bit, particularly with Madam 44. Does anybody believe that when a witness comes in, raises his or her right hand, swears or affirms to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, that means nobody would ever lie, because nobody would ever lie under oath? Does anybody believe that in the front row right? Raise your placard if you believe that. Second row, third row, fourth row. I know your opinion, Madam 44. So if somebody raises their hand, his or her hand, swears to tell the truth, takes an oath, does anybody believe that nobody would lie under oath? Anybody believe that is my question. Front row left, anybody believe once you take an oath, there's no way anybody would lie to you all in the jury box? All right. Second row left, third row left, fourth row left. So do we all agree you have a job to do? You cannot guarantee somebody is telling you the truth just because they come in and take an oath. Does everybody agree? Raise your placard high. Let me know you're alive. Okay. Is there anybody that believes that they would want to close their eyes or wear blinders, like you're going to sleep, and not watch the witness testify? You would just listen. Does anybody in the front row right feel like they wouldn't want to watch the witness testify, just listen? Seat 4, you look dumbfounded, so I'm calling on you. How do you feel about that? Because it is a silly question.
I'm just trying to think if that would make a difference. Whether you saw them or not.
Yeah, whether you watched them testify.
I don't know. I think personally, I don't know if it would make a difference, but I think I would want to see them. So maybe yes.
Okay. Madam 5, how do you feel about it?
I think I can see them or hear them either way.
Okay. All right. Does anybody feel like it's crucial, it's really important to see body language? All right. Let's pick on seat number 1. How do you feel about that? Maybe a microphone.
Yeah, I said I think body mannerisms plays a huge part. Being able to see how someone reacts to questioning and how they respond is a big part. So, yeah.
Okay. All right. Is there anybody who agrees with Madam 5 who says, I could live without body language?
No, I didn't say that. I said I could do
Either or. But would you prefer and?
I prefer to see
Okay.
body language.
All right. Thanks for calling me out. Seat 2, how do you feel about this?
I mean, we're also going to have access to all the transcripts. So at the end of this, for our deliberation, so we kind of have to be able to do it without the presence of body language.
So let me help you understand the criminal justice system. You will not have transcripts. You are going to listen to live testimony. There will be physical exhibits, which you will be able to see if they are published during the proceedings. If they are not published during the proceedings, they will go back with you to the jury room, and you can look at them, hold them, whatever you want to do with them, with limits, as much as you like for as long as you need to deliberate. So I don't want anybody to be under the impression that you're coming back and doing a trial by transcripts. That's not even how civil cases work. So knowing that you're not going to get transcripts, are you going to watch the witnesses to see their body language as they testify?
Not all the time.
Okay. Anybody agree with Mr. 2?
Question.
Yes, sir, Mr. 24.
Yeah, can the juror take notes during the...
I'm not familiar with the court's practice. Do they get notes?
Approach for a moment. Mr. J, you may proceed.
So, Mr. 24, you all will be given notepads. You can take notes, and then there'll be instructions about, how to rely on them versus your memory versus testimony. The judge will give you that instruction, and they will be destroyed at the end of the trial. They will not be published to anyone if you want to take notes. All right, anybody else in this body language issue? All right, I am out of my memory of my script. Some of the evidence in this case is going to involve pictures of a deceased person that were taken at the scene. Does anybody, knowing yourself, because you all know yourselves better than anybody, but knowing that that is going to occur in this trial, and I understand that nobody woke up and was like, man, I really hope I get to see these types of photographs. That is not my question at all. My question is, does anybody have any doubt in his or her ability to view that type of evidence and constrain your emotional reaction enough to do your job and decide whether those photographs help prove the state's allegations or don't help prove the state's allegations? Anybody in the front row right have any concerns about your ability to view that type of evidence and use it as the judge instructs? Second row right? Third row right? Fourth row right? Front row left, second row left, third row left, back row left. There may be in evidence a video of somebody inside of a suitcase, and there will be audio of two people in the room. Does anybody feel like viewing that type of evidence is going to prevent you from being fair and impartial and doing your job? Does anybody have a doubt in your ability to view that type of evidence and use it to decide whether the guilt of the defendant has been proven or not? Front row right, second row right, third row right, fourth row right. Front row left, second row left, third row left, last row left. All right. There are going to be autopsy photographs, and if you don't know what an autopsy is, that's when a doctor called a forensic pathologist, for lack of a better term, dissects the body and makes opinions about cause and manner of death. Again, I know nobody likely woke up and said, I really hope I get to see these types of photographs. That is what I was really hoping for. The question is, you know yourself better than anybody, and when that medical examiner comes to testify on whichever day it is, it'll be too late when the photographs go up on the screen to say, I can't do this and have an emotional breakdown. It's fine, but we just need to let us know now if you have any doubt in your ability to do that. Front row right, do you have any doubt in your ability to do that? Second row right. Third row right. Seat 34. How do you feel about that?
I have a weak stomach, so certain things will make me really sick.
Okay. And you feel like those types of photographs might be one of them?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Third row right? Last row right. Front row left? Second row left. Third row left. Last row left. Okay. Now, to lighten things up, which is done intentionally with my little script, we're going to talk about prior jury service. To make this go as quickly and as efficiently as possible, I'm going to ask the same questions of each juror so that we can zing through it. Do not tell me the verdict. If you all reached a verdict in your prior case, do not tell us what the verdict was. But I will ask if there was a verdict. So, the way I'm going to ask that is, I'm going to ask if the form is correct. Did you ever serve on a jury? If so, was it criminal or civil? Criminal is a case like this where the state of Florida or the federal government or sometimes it's cities and counties and other places, prosecuted a crime against an accused. A civil case is two people generally suing over money. Sometimes there's these thing called equitable remedies, but you probably didn't do that. I'm going to ask if you were the foreperson, which means the leader of the jury, which, by the way, you do not get extra pay. And whether you heard any expert testimony, and I'll ask what kind of experts, what the charges were if it was criminal, and what it was about if it was civil. So hopefully we can zip through this and get on track for dinner. So seat 6. Have you ever been on a jury? Yeah. Was it civil or criminal? Civil. What was the case about? It was a slip and fall. All right. I've seen some of those attorneys advertise. Did you all reach a verdict? Were you the leader? No. Did you hear any expert testimony such as like permanency of injury? Yeah. Okay. Anything besides permanency of injury?
Not that I recall.
All right. Is that your only jury service?
Yeah.
So far, we're going to get you. All right. Madam 12, ever been on a jury?
Yes.
Civil or criminal?
Criminal.
What was it about?
DUI.
And did you all reach a verdict?
Yes. Thank you.
Were you the leader?
No.
Any expert testimony?
Not that I recall. It's probably 20 years ago.
All right. It would really only be the guy that can talk about the magic pen in your eyes. Does that ring a bell?
No.
Okay. Seat 14, ever been on a jury?
Yes.
Civil or criminal?
Criminal.
What was it about?
It was a murder trial.
And how long ago?
I believe it was 2016, I believe.
And where was that?
Here in Orange County.
Do you recall the name of the defendant?
I believe I recall his first name, sir.
All right. That might help me.
Terrence?
Okay. Was I involved with it?
No.
Okay. It was Mr. Cacciatore.
The prosecutor at that time was a female.
Okay. All right. Did you all reach a verdict?
We did.
Were you the leader?
I was not, no.
I assume you heard from a medical examiner.
We did.
Any other expert testimony that you remember?
There was a ballistics expert.
That's it?
That's all I can recall. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Seat 16?
It was a civil case.
All right. I was just making sure I had you. I don't have my chart. I'm just guessing my numbers at this point. All right. So seat 16. Could we have the microphone?
Yes.
All right. What was it? Civil?
Civil.
What was it about?
Car accident.
All right. Did you all reach a verdict?
No, it settled before it got to that.
How much did you hear before they settled?
About 2.5 days worth.
During that 2.5 days, did you hear any expert testimony?
I believe there was at least one physician.
Anybody testify about like physics or all these words about bodies in motion and crashes or anything like that?
No, it was mainly imaging.
Okay. Radiologists?
Yes.
Did y'all reach a... Oh, no verdict. Never mind. And you didn't get to be the foreperson either. All right. Is that your only jury service?
Yes.
Seat 20? No, seat 20 is no longer with us. Seat 21.
Criminal.
All right. What was it about?
I remember there was a guy who was slashing at the place with a knife, and I don't know what he did prior to that, but yes, and I was the floor person.
4, not floor. If you're running, it's F-O-R-E, I think, like golf. I think that's the golf word. All right, yep, so foreperson, the leader. You didn't get extra pay, right?
Correct.
All right. Did you all hear any expert testimony?
No.
All right. Only jury experience you had?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Seat 23. Microphone, just on past experience. Okay.
Civil.
What was it about?
A slip and fall.
All right. And did y'all reach a verdict?
It was settled before we had a verdict.
How much did you hear before there was a settlement?
It was about 1 day's worth of testimony.
Did you hear any experts?
No.
Okay. Only jury experience?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Seat 24.
Yeah, so a long time ago.
All right.
It was only lasted 10 minutes because it was a mistrial.
Okay.
And I don't remember what it was, but it was Orange County here, I mean, years ago.
Right out of the gate, the first witness.
I guess the lawyers were both arguing back and forth, and the judge just, I guess, he had enough and just called it quits. So.
All right. That's not going to happen here. All right. Seat 26. Ever been on a jury?
I have not.
All right. Seat 20.
I called the jury service. This is my third time. First time called in, didn't need a show. Second time, never made it to a panel.
All right. So just the selection process.
That's correct.
Fair enough. Seat 27.
Yes, I have. Counterfeiting and some kind of political contribution.
Can you get the mic? Madam Court Reporter is going to say something.
I have. It was criminal, out of state a long time ago, and it was some kind of political fund misappropriation, something like that.
All right.
And counterfeiting.
Did y'all reach a verdict?
We did, and I was not the foreperson.
Any expert testimony?
Lots.
And what were the topics that you remember?
FBI investigations, findings, things like that.
Okay. All right, thank you. Seat 32.
Yes.
Ever been on a jury?
Yes.
Civil or criminal?
Civil.
What was it about?
It was a dispute over contract. Only one side actually showed up. The defendant was not present.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I promise you, everybody, a murder trial is going to be a far more interesting experience than a contract dispute. They make TV shows about this. All right. And did y'all reach a verdict?
Yes.
Were you the foreman?
No.
Any expert testimony on contract interpretation?
No.
All right. Thank you. Seat 36.
Yes.
Hi. I forget if you're a microphone person or not, but it's coming. Ever been on a jury?
I have.
You may not need one. All right.
Sorry.
It's all right. It's all right. I'm loud too. I'm being quiet. Civil or criminal?
Criminal.
What was the charge or charges?
What were the charges?
Yeah.
Guilty.
No. Was it a murder? Was it a theft?
Oh, I'm sorry. DUI.
Okay. All right. Were you the leader of the jury?
I was not.
Okay. Thank you. Seat 38. Ever been on a jury?
Yes.
Civil or criminal?
Civil.
What was it about?
Roofing or siding for a building.
Did y'all reach a verdict?
Yes.
Were you the leader?
No.
That seemed definitive. All right. I can't imagine, but was there expert testimony? Maybe the evaluation of a roof?
Maybe.
Okay. How long ago was that?
Almost 8 years ago.
All right.
Right after my birthday.
All right. Yeah, I'm being a lawyer. I'm mixing up lawyer words and lay terms, so I'm sorry. But leader, foreperson, big boss man, whatever you want to call it.
A woman.
39. Were you ever on a jury?
I was.
Civil or criminal?
I can't remember. I think it was criminal.
All right. What do you think it was about?
I can't remember.
All right. Do you remember if you all reached a verdict?
No, we were dismissed because one of the attorneys said something in front of us that he wasn't supposed to.
All right. That's a good reason to not remember what it's about. Thank you. 42. Forget which side that's on. They didn't show. Okay. $43? Yes. Hello. Civil or criminal? Criminal. And what was it about? Okay. Here in Florida?
No, it was in Michigan.
Okay. Did you all reach a verdict? Were you the leader?
No.
Any expert testimony?
Probably it was about 4 years ago, but it didn't involve fingerprints.
Okay.
So I would say yes.
Seat 50. Hello.
Hi.
I'm picking on you because your form doesn't say anything. So tell me about yourself. We're going to speed date for a minute.
I haven't served in a jury.
Just what do you do for a living?
Oh, those weren't marked as mandatory. I'm a compensation analyst.
A what analyst?
Compensation.
Okay.
Pay and wage of people.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 6 years.
Okay. Do you happen to have any children under the age of 18?
No, I don't.
Do you know anybody in law enforcement?
Not personally. I had a neighbor.
Okay. And you've never been on a jury?
No.
Compensation analyst. All right. Thank you. Seat 52. Civil or criminal?
Criminal.
What was it about?
DUI.
Did you all reach a verdict?
No. It was a hung jury.
Okay. What did you feel about that experience of sitting through a trial and then being on a undecided jury?
It was a unique experience.
Okay.
They wouldn't let us go home. We were there till 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. Seat 53, ever been on a jury?
No, just selected to come in.
Did either the form or I, did either the form or I miss anybody who has jury service? All right. All right. Front row right. Anybody know anybody in law enforcement? Close relative, really close friend? Does that apply to anybody in the front row right? Okay. Seat 7. And who would that person be to you? And was he ever a detective? So just always patrol or something else?
Yeah, I mean, he worked at one police plaza for the 9/11 for a while.
Okay. Do you feel like you've gained any specialized knowledge in criminal justice from your brother-in-law? All right. Do you feel like your relationship with him is going to have any effect on your impartiality or your verdict? Okay. Second row right. Close friend, really close relative. 18.
My dad, my grandfather, and my uncle.
And were any of them detectives?
No, and it was in Wisconsin.
I'm sure they have a detective in Wisconsin. Okay. And do you feel like you gained any specialized knowledge from them about the criminal justice system?
Not really, because my dad never talked about it.
All right. And do you have any concern that your relationship with any of these folks is going to affect your impartiality or your verdict? No. Okay. And seat 19?
Yeah, my wife's father was a career law enforcement. He's a conservation officer in Indiana. Her grandfather son-in-law is a deputy sheriff in Rowe County, Indiana, and just has to keep my dogs. I got quite a few on my wife's side.
Any of those folks ever been a detective?
No.
And do you feel like your relationship with any of them has caused you to have a greater understanding of the criminal justice system than the average person?
I don't really think so. I mean, they talk about the high-speed chases and stuff, the shootouts they've been in, but I mean, other than that,
Okay.
it's just the sensational stuff, not the nuts and bolts.
Do you feel like your relationship with any of these folks is going to affect your impartiality or your verdict?
No.
So again, the airplane, are you certain? The real standard is, do you have any doubt in your ability to do it? To be impartial despite these relationships? Okay. Anybody else in the second row right? Third row right. Really close friend, close relative. Fourth row right. Mr. 45. For who? Okay. And you understand from the witness list there are going to be several employees from the Orange County Sheriff's Office testifying? Do you have any concern about your relationship with one of the chaplains, or the chaplain perhaps, with the Sheriff's Office affecting your ability to evaluate a deputy's testimony? Do you feel like your relationship with any of these folks is going to affect your verdict? Like you would be concerned about what they would think if you voted not guilty? Okay. Anybody else in that back row? Seat 46. All right. And was that person ever a homicide detective? So you don't talk to this person a lot about his or her work? I'm sorry? Okay. Do you have any concern about your relationship with this person affecting your impartiality or your decision on a verdict? Okay. Front row left. Second row left. Seat 26.
My brother's a retired police officer, suburbs of Chicago. He also pulled about a 2.5-year rotation as a detective for the police department.
And as a detective, assigned to just everything or any special?
Patrol officers get to go through a rotation, so he had about a 2.5-year rotation as a detective.
And my question is, some agencies like the Sheriff's Office here has specialties like homicide, sex crimes. Was it a specialized assignment or just detective for everything? And that relationship you have, do you feel like you've gained any specialized knowledge in the criminal justice system?
Well, I used to also be an Army military policeman.
Okay.
When I was on active duty. So,
Thank you for your service. How many years were you in?
7.5 years active.
And how many as an MP?
All 7.5 years.
Okay. Do you feel like your personal experiences in law enforcement or your relatives' experience has given you any specialized knowledge in criminal justice that the ordinary person wouldn't have?
Probably just process.
Okay. And if your memory of the process, and I promise you the military process is very different than this, conflicts, will you be able to follow the law?
Absolutely.
All right. Do you have any concern about your experience or your relationship with folks affecting your impartiality when you're evaluating the testimony and credibility of officers?
No, sir.
Okay. Any effect on your verdict?
Not at all.
All right. Anybody else in the second row? Third row? Seat 37?
I was a police officer.
Where were you an officer?
I was 2 years in Waterbury, Connecticut. 5 years as a...
Microphone?
I did 2 years in Waterbury, Connecticut, then 5 years in Nassau County, New York with the Sheriff Department.
And in Waterbury, was that for the Waterbury Police or were you in the Connecticut State Police?
That was a Waterbury Police.
Okay. Were you ever a detective?
No.
Do you feel like you've gained such a specialized knowledge of the criminal justice system that you would have difficulty in following any of the instructions that the judge gives in this case?
No.
Do you think it would affect your perception of testimony and evidence in this case?
No.
Do you have any concern about it affecting your verdict or your impartiality in general?
No, I don't.
What do you do now?
I do investing now.
Okay. All right, anybody else? Third row left. Seat 39, a meek, low sign.
Yes, my stepfather.
Okay.
Is a metropolitan police officer.
Was he ever a detective?
I don't think so.
Okay. Your relationship with him, do you feel like you've gained a specialized knowledge in criminal justice?
No,
Are you concerned about your impartiality because of your relationship with him?
probably not.
Do you have any doubt in your ability to be impartial?
I don't have any doubts.
Okay. All right. Anybody else in the third row left? Back corner, seat 53 is ready.
I had, back in the day, cousins that were in the DEA.
Okay.
Christmas was interesting.
Always a white Christmas? Or is that
Well,
a bad joke?
'cause I had both sides. You get it, like criminals and DEA. So they just didn't talk about it. This is what my parents told us.
Okay.
You couldn't talk about certain things at Christmas. Well, they couldn't.
Your cousins that were in federal law enforcement, do you feel like you've gained any specialized knowledge in the criminal justice system from them?
No, my parents told them they couldn't talk.
All right.
Both the criminals and the law enforcement couldn't talk about that stuff to
All
us.
right. And do you have any doubt in your ability to be fair and impartial despite your relationship with criminals and federal law enforcement agents?
I think I could be neutral.
All right. Seat 52.
I'm not a law enforcement officer, but my daughter is general counsel for the St. Petersburg Police Department. She
Okay.
told me I should disclose that to you.
And do you feel like her role as general counsel at a police department is going to affect your ability to be fair and impartial in evaluating the testimony of officers?
I do not.
Do you have any concern about your impartiality and your ability to return a not guilty verdict because of your relationship with her?
No. She rarely talks about her work with me.
All right, anybody else? Okay. We kind of covered it a little bit. Anybody else themselves have law enforcement experience that I have not covered? All right. Any attorneys out there? All right. I believe we lost the one we had yesterday. Anybody have a social relationship with an attorney who practices criminal law? An attorney who practices criminal law is somebody who works for a government agency and prosecutes people, or it's somebody who represents people accused of crimes. Anybody have a close family member or close friend that is a criminal defense attorney or prosecutor? Front row right, second row right. I saw a maybe. Seat 19. Who do you know?
My cousin
And do you feel like that relationship is going to have any effect on your ability to serve? Okay. Third row right, fourth row right, front row left. Seat 9.
Brock Shields.
And what does he do now? Okay. And once upon a time, was he a prosecutor? I think so. Anyways, your relationship with Mr. Shields, is that going to affect your ability to be fair and impartial to the state and to Ms. Boone? Okay. Anybody else front row left? Second row left. Third row. Last row. Okay. Anybody yourself? I think there are no psychologists left. I don't think we had any psychiatrists. But anybody have a forensic psychologist or a forensic psychiatrist for a friend or a relative? Front row right, second row right, third row right, last row right, front row left, second row left. Seat 27. Microphone, sorry.
I don't know the difference between a forensic psychologist or just a psychologist, but I have a friend.
All right, and your friend is which?
He's a psychologist.
Okay. And do you feel like you've gained any specialized knowledge in psychology from your friend?
Nothing.
Perfect. All right, anybody else? Second row left? Third row left. Last row left. All right, we'll expand it to, like seat 27 said, any psychologist, any psychiatrist, not just in the subspecialty of forensic. Anybody know anybody like that? Mr. 23, can you get the microphone?
I just have a good friend that's a sports psychologist at Ohio State University.
Do you talk about sports psychology with that friend?
Yes.
Do you feel like you've gained any specialized knowledge in psychology from your friend?
No.
Do you know what the DSM-5-TR is?
Absolutely not.
All right. Anybody else out there know what the DSM-5-TR is? Seat 8. How do you know these things?
I have an undergrad in psychology, a couple of friends that are practicing psychology.
Okay. Was there seat 16? All right. Anybody else? Raise them up high like you want something free. All right, 31. Maybe a microphone.
Psychology classes?
All right. Did you ever take abnormal psych?
I did.
What else did you take?
I think just general and abnormal.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Seat 46. What's your background?
My undergrad is in psychology.
But you're not a psychologist now. What are you doing with yourself?
I'm an assistant principal.
Okay. Did you ever practice clinically, research, anything in psychology? I mean, there's obviously some of that in your job, but...
No, I didn't.
Okay. Do you deal with children that meet the criteria for diagnoses under the DSM and have to do individualized education plans?
I do.
Okay. All right, anybody else? Seat 50. Microphone for her? Thank you.
Also know about it from like psych courses as well in school. Genders in the DSM-TR for pathology.
Did you take abnormal psych?
No, I don't think it was abnormal.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Know a psychologist, psychiatrist, or know about this mysterious DSM-5-TR? Seat 2?
I see a psychiatrist.
Okay. All right. I think we've covered it. There's nobody that I have not touched upon that has any training or experience in law enforcement or psychology or psychiatry that we have not already talked about. I assume there are no forensic pathologists out there. Anybody friends or have a family member who is a forensic pathologist or what we call a medical examiner or a coroner, the type of doctors that do autopsies? I think we touched upon it a little bit. Anybody have a negative experience with law enforcement or a close family member or friend that had negative experience with law enforcement? I'm going to pick on you, seat 8, only because I remember your comment saying you had no problem with the court. With a family member's case, did you have a problem with the state or the government or the DA or whatever it might have been, or law enforcement? Okay. All right, back to the placards. Where's the microphone? Let's do 39, because that makes sense. 39?
Your question was?
Negative experience with law enforcement. You or a family member that we haven't already spoken about.
I have.
All right, and what was your negative experience? If you want to talk about this in private, I can afford you the luxury of everybody on this side still being here, but nobody on that side still being there.
I would appreciate that.
Okay, we'll do that. And that goes for everybody on any question. Anybody else? Negative experience with law enforcement, you yourself, or a family member that we haven't spoken about? Can we get the microphone to Mr. 48?
I was on Pine Street, and my now wife was a little bit ahead of me. Two men approached her. One of them touched her. I felt some kind of way about that. Approached them. Then a law enforcement officer approached all of us. I did not like his lack of professionalism, courtesy, and respect with respect to the situation. He didn't assess it. And then I called him a city worker, at which point he took his hand like this, open-handed it, frowned on my nose. Immediately, I'm from New Orleans. You don't say that to NOPD, OPD. I'll say that all day, because they are city workers. It's like, yeah.
Okay.
I put up my hands. I'm not resisting. Way louder than I'm talking right now. I'm actually Siciliano, so you can imagine how loud one of us will get when we need to. And after that, that was it. They let me go.
Okay. Do you feel like that experience is going to affect your ability to be fair and impartial to other city workers that might come in and testify?
No.
Do you think it'll make...
Not all cops are like that.
All right. So as long as it's not that cop...
They're the one that pushed that woman in the video.
Okay. All right. How about...
Said that she lunged at her. Clearly, the video showed.
Okay. All right. Seat is at 22.
22.
Microphone.
I will not want to speak. It's not the police over here in the United States, but I've been beaten by police in my country, in Kosovo, yes. So I had a bad experience, and I'm afraid of, because I was raised in a war, so I'm just...
Do you feel like that experience that you've had with law enforcement, that perhaps this isn't the best trial for you since there will be a lot of law enforcement testifying?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm just being honest.
That's all we want. Believe me, that's all we want today.
Because I'm afraid of not the cops in the United States. I never had a bad experience over here since I've been for 25 years. But I'm just afraid because I was raised all my life in a war. So
I understand. Thank you. All right. Anybody else bad experience with law enforcement that we have not touched upon? You yourself or family member? Seat 19.
When I was 17, I was delivering some stuff to my father. And I got into a bad accident. And the police just decided I was at fault when I told them I wasn't. Told me to shut up in the back seat. And they was in the paper the next day. Everybody blamed me. I kept telling my dad, I said the light was red. I was turning left, and the light was red. Turned red, and I turned left, and a guy on a motorcycle flew into the intersection and spun the car around. And so my dad hired a criminal attorney, went into traffic court, and proved that I was innocent, that I actually had the right of way. And it was really first time I ever done it in court. It really, this guy was a good lawyer, but yeah, I was just, I ran police enough to know that most of them were really good, but that night it wasn't good. So yeah, I think it's more like I was a 17-year-old kid, and and when the officer got up on the stand and my attorney crossed him, I thought I was feeling sorry for him. He was torn apart. He was, didn't do a good investigation. All four lights were red for about 4 seconds. The Jeep left the intersection and timed it. We had a witness. The lady came in behind me at the accident scene and said, I'm trying to tell them that light was red. I said, that was red. And then the guy said that the guy on the motorcycle had his light on, and that's why I didn't see him. I don't know.
Let me stop you there. This experience, do you feel like it's causing you any doubt in your ability to be fair and impartial when evaluating the testimony of a law enforcement officer?
No, because I've had a lot of good experience. It was a one-off. This officer was sloppy.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? How about the court system? And I'm going to go ahead and exclude divorces because I've never heard of anybody who enjoyed the divorce process through the court system. But bringing this up, does anybody have a strong negative experience with the court system that we have not discussed? Okay. Anybody not drink alcohol for any particular reason? Front row right. And seat 3, what is that reason, if you don't mind? Okay. Second row right. Any particular reason? All right. I had just seen a study that Wisconsin is the most heavy alcohol consumption state in the nation still. So, okay. And so you had family members that are alcoholics?
My dad kind of bought them out.
Okay. Any of them go to a 12-step program or any rehabs?
Not that I'm aware of.
Those, are they still active alcoholics? Or are they dry and recovering?
My dad was diagnosed with diabetes.
Okay. All right. Third row right. Any particular reason or reasons?
I just don't like the taste of it.
Okay. Back row right. Seat 46.
I was advised by my doctor when I was a teenager to not pick up drinking. I just never did.
Okay. Front row left. Seat 8. Any particular reason?
Religious views.
Okay. Seat 9. Seat 14.
Single parent, so I also want to be able to get my kids if needed.
Second row, Mr. 24.
Yeah, I've seen what it does. I've done to my friends and family. Also, religious beliefs. Also.
What did it do to your friends and family?
Well, I have one family member that lost his kidney, had liver problems. Other friends end up being MIA. So on and so forth. Friends I work with, wrong place, wrong time. Mental faculties is not present. They do foolish things.
Okay. Anybody else second row left? Seat 27. Maybe the microphone, I forget.
Too many calories.
You are not lying. All right. Third row left. Fourth row left. Seat 49.
Recovering alcoholic, 1987.
All right. Congratulations. That's many years. Did I cover everybody that does not drink for whatever reason? Okay. So, that leaves the drinkers. Anybody feel like they've ever drank too much? For our drinkers, front row right. Anybody ever drank too much in your entire lifetime, even though it was an accident? Seat 4. How did you know that you had too much to drink?
Just, not be able to think properly, or maybe throw up.
Okay. All right, so front row right. Does everybody feel like they would be able to tell by listening or watching another person whether that person had too much to drink or not? Seat 1, can you do that? All right, seat 2, do you think you could do that? Is that a yes for Madam Court Reporter? Seat 3? Yes. Seat 4, obviously. Not picking on you. They call it the bar for a reason. All right, seat 5. All right, seat 6? Yes. Seat 7. All right. Out of all of our drinkers and our non-drinkers, is there anybody who feels like they don't have the skill set to see when somebody is under the influence of alcohol? You've never seen somebody like that. You wouldn't know if you saw it, smelt it, or heard it. All right, so I'm taking that with no paddles that everybody believes that they have the sufficient life experience to tell if somebody is under the influence of alcohol to some degree. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. For our drinkers, is there any drinker that feels like he or she has actually never felt the effects of alcohol while drinking? So everybody has felt the effects when they drank. All right. It's truth serum, I'm telling you. All right. We've touched upon it with a few people, so there's no need for them to repeat themselves. But is there anybody else who has seen somebody's life have negative experiences or negative consequences from drinking? Anybody in the front row right ever seen somebody experience negative consequences from drinking? 3, 5, 6. Thank you. Second row right. Third row right. Fourth row right. Front row left. Second row left. Third row left. Last row left. All right. And if we've already covered it, no need to recover it. But does anybody, and we don't need to talk about it in front of the group if you don't want to, but if you want to, that's fine too. Anybody yourself, a close family member, or a really close friend who has or had a problem with alcohol that we have not already talked about? Does that apply to anybody in front row right? All right. Seat 1. Who was that person, if you care to share now? Okay. And did he address his problems, or did he never address the problem? Okay. All right. Seat, was it 3?
My sister, she went to rehab.
Okay. How is she doing? Seat 5.
My mom's best friend's stepdaughter has a horrible problem with alcohol, and she still has not got a handle on it.
Seat 6.
Mostly a coworker.
Okay. Seat 7.
My dad, and my brother. My dad passed away already, but luckily my brother stopped, so he's good.
Okay.
My dad, passed away more than likely from alcohol.
Okay. Second row right. Seat 18 and 21. 19? Are you a maybe? All right. 18, 19, 21. Seat 18.
An ex-boyfriend, patience, and a friend of the family.
Okay. Seat 19.
My grandfather and my brother.
All right. Seat 21.
Ex-boyfriend and a friend.
All right. Third row left. Seat 32 and 33. Mr. 32.
My mother.
Okay. Did she ever go into recovery? Okay. Seat 33.
Mom's ex-husband.
Is that person in recovery? Last row right. Seat 43. 46.
Ex-husband.
Front row left. 13.
Ex-husband. There's several people in my family.
Second row left.
Excuse me.
Oh,
Sorry, I wasn't.
can you repeat your answer?
Ex-husband and several people in my family.
Second row left. Seat 22.
My dad.
Okay. Ever go into recovery?
No, he's still.
Okay. Seat 26? Ever go into recovery? All right. 28?
A lot of people in my family, all in recovery, except for my uncle who's fighting for his life.
Third row? Left? 36, 39, and 40. 36? Ever go into recovery? 39? Microphone? Sorry.
Family members and ex.
All right. Any of those folks go into recovery?
The ex went into rehab and came out and fell off.
Okay. Seat 40?
My sister.
Did she ever go into recovery?
Yes.
Okay. Last row, left side. Seat 53?
Uncle, friends, and some coworkers.
Seat 52?
My father died of cirrhosis in his 40s from alcoholism.
Was it 51?
I have a cousin who died of alcohol. His body he drank himself to death. I have 2 children that are recovering alcoholics. They've been sober like 5 years, something like that.
Okay. Seat 49?
Almost my entire family. I mean, I'm the only one recovering, though.
All right. Seat 48?
My father and a colleague. My father has, it's a continual process, I think, but he's steadily improved and been a good example of what not to become. My colleague, God bless him. You ever go to the Amway Center, you're looking at, and look up, he did all that, and he no longer exists in the industry.
Okay. All right. Given that topic, if there is evidence in this case that is presented that many people would determine to be excessive alcohol drinking by any of the people involved in this case, are your past experiences that we've just gone through either personal, friend, or family, or a combination of both? Does anybody have any doubts in their ability to sit and hear about testimony about excessive drinking given these experiences that we've gone through? And just let me know if you have any doubts in your ability to be fair, because now is the time to let us know rather than day 3, 4, 5. Front row right. Anybody have any doubts in their ability to be fair, if that is a subject in this case? Second row right. No. Third row right. No. Last row right. No. First row left. Second row left. Third row left. Last row left. Okay. Again, if you don't want to talk about this in front of your 50-ish new friends, just let us know. We can talk alone. Anybody yourself, a close family member, or really close friend ever been involved in an abusive relationship? Front row right. Seat 1, is that anything you can share? I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing. Can we get a mic? And it's probably my fault that I can't hear.
I said my mother and my father went through some domestic issues, and my grandmother shared some of her war stories as well of the things she went through when she was younger. So,
did you ever witness any of the stuff between your parents yourself?
I was a lot younger. I have like faint memories, but not like complete full memories of it.
Okay. Seat 2.
Had a friend in college who was in an abusive relationship.
Okay. Seat 6.
2 of my colleagues.
Seat 7. Sister, okay. Is that something you witnessed yourself, or just what was relayed?
It was a long time, probably like 40 years ago.
Okay. Second row left. Seats 16, 18, 19, and 21. 19, you can go. You have the mic.
You want me?
Yes.
My grandfather was abusive when he got drunk. And I got it secondhand from my mom, but by the time I came of age, he had stopped drinking. I know him as a very gentle man, but he started a business and just stopped drinking. But I heard a lot of stories from my mom about how abusive he would be when he came. He was a payday drinker. Got paid on Friday, came home after going out with the boys, and so yeah.
Okay. Seat 18.
Myself, my sister, and my oldest daughter.
Seat 16.
One of my best friends.
Can you slide it over to seat 21?
I do volunteer work at the Abused Women's and Children's Center.
Okay. Third row on the left. Seat 29.
All of the women on my mother's side of the family have either been in physical or emotionally abusive relationships. I've been in 2 emotionally abusive relationships.
Last row on the left. Okay. Front row right. Seat 8 and 13. Seat 8. Can you speak louder for Madam Court Reporter?
Served as clergy in my local church. I've worked as a counselor with people that have gone through domestic situations.
Thank you. Seat 13. Microphone. We're all getting tired. It's the end of the day. I promise I'm wrapping up.
Sorry, myself, my mother, and my grandmother.
All right, second row. Are you raising your paddle, sir?
Yes.
Seat 24.
Yeah, my parents, when I was 10 years old, ended up in divorce. Domestic.
Okay. Seat 28.
My aunt and my sister-in-law.
Okay. Third row left. Seat 40. Might need the microphone in that corner over there.
My sister.
Okay. Seat 39.
I'd rather off the record.
Sure. Anybody else? Seat 36.
My best friend.
All right. Last row on the left. 48.
My mother
Okay.
was the victim.
49.
My father was a very severe disciplinarian and got worse when he was drinking.
Seat 50. I'm sorry, 51.
One of our sons and his ex-wife, there was some physical pushing, shoving, hitting. To my knowledge, no police or anything like that were called, and I don't really know specifics of it.
Okay. So I heard from some of the answers. I just want to clarify with the rest of the group. Does everybody believe that emotional abuse that's not physical can still occur to somebody? Yes. Is there anybody who believes emotional abuse is nonsense? What are we talking about? Okay. Is there anybody out there that doesn't believe that a man can be the victim of emotional abuse? Raise your paddle if you believe a man can't be emotionally abused by a partner. Cannot. All right. Is there anybody out there that believes a man cannot be physically abused by a partner? Okay. Now, out of all the folks that we just talked about, and even if it applies to some of you folks that didn't have these abusive relationship experiences, If this case is about a domestic relationship that had violence in it, ultimately there is a murder charge, as you know. Does anybody have any doubts in their ability to hear about a domestic violence case based on your personal experiences or the experiences of your loved ones that you've shared today? So let me just go row by row. Front row right. Anybody, because of those experiences, can't be fair in a case that may involve domestic violence allegations. Second row right. Third row right. Fourth row right. First row left. Second row left. Third row left. Fourth row left. Madam 12, you're twirling your card. Is that significant? Okay. Again, if you don't want to talk about it in front of all your new friends, just let us know. But we are getting towards the very end. Anybody yourself, close family member, or really close friend ever had to physically defend yourself or your friend himself or herself? Front row right. You yourself, really close friend or really close family member that we haven't talked about. We've already talked about some family abuse and stuff like that, but new information. Front row right, any new information about self-defense? Seat 1? Maybe the microphone?
Just like growing up having to fight, count as having to defend yourself.
All right. Anybody else in the front row right? Second row right. Seat 19?
Yeah, my sister, her first husband.
Okay. Third row right. Fourth row right. Front row left. Seat 14.
Taking it back to baseball, my dad got assaulted outside Yankee Stadium after a game. Yankee Stadium.
Okay.
So I went to his defense. Officer showed up before. I mean, I did hit the guy, but the officer showed up and did nothing else.
Okay. Second row, first row, 8. Can you speak up louder for Madam Court Reporter?
My stepbrother shot and killed a man and assaulted.
All right, second row left. Third row left. Okay. 36.
I was mugged in New York City.
Was it armed? Did they threaten you with a weapon?
No.
Okay. Were you able to defend yourself? What'd you do?
I fought back.
All right.
I put him up.
Okay.
I kicked. I screamed. Someone heard me screaming about 2 blocks away and came over to help me.
Okay. All right. Last row left. 40, well, we'll go to 51. The microphone's already going that way. 48 doesn't need one.
This may be under the last thing about family abuse, but I just remembered I have a sister-in-law who years ago was in an abusive relationship. Her husband did punch her and broke her jaw, I believe. I mean, they're not married, but, she was in that relationship. So maybe that was more the domestic abuse thing.
Okay.
Okay.
53?
Twice at work, passengers.
What do you do again?
I'm a flight attendant.
Seems to be more prevalent these days.
Yeah.
Seat 48?
Growing up as a young man, I was involved in several fights.
Okay. Yeah, are there any men that want to change their answers? Not that women can't get into fistfights with their friends too in high school, but it's really only 1 in 48 that ever got into scraps in school? So you always started it, or did you ever defend yourself? All right. Okay. Fair enough. Okay. Again, if you don't want to talk about this in front of the crowd, I understand. The best we can afford is just this side of the courtroom. You yourself, close family member or really close friend, ever diagnosed or treated for anxiety? Front row left. Second row left. Third row left. Higher, please. Thank you. Last row left. All right. Before we completely turn the page onto that, for those of you that have used self-defense or you had a close family member or friend use self-defense, if the judge gives you an instruction about what the justifiable use of force is in this case, and it differs from what you think justifies using self-defense, does anybody have any doubts in their ability to follow the instructions that the judge gives, even if you disagree with the law as he reads it?
Bless you.
So no paddles are showing. Everybody, no doubt in your ability to follow the judge's instruction on self-defense, even if it differs from what you would do if you were elected to be in the legislature and could decide whatever you wanted as self-defense. Everybody can follow the judge's law? Seat 50, what's your question?
So my question was just, is self-defense situational? So given the context, is the definition for what's feasible different? Is that what you're saying?
You guys are going to decide facts, and the judge is going to instruct the law, and then you apply those facts to the law that the judge gives you. The law is pretty sturdy. It doesn't change. So the judge is going to give you an instruction about this is what self-defense is in Florida, and then you decide, if it comes up in this case, it may or may not, you decide if the facts fit what the judge says the law is. Do you have any doubt in your ability to follow the judge's instructions? Of course, not knowing what they even are. But
no, thanks for explaining.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. On the anxiety issue, anybody living with somebody or a close friend or family member that perhaps needs treatment for anxiety that is not getting that treatment that we have not already discussed? Yeah, let me rephrase it again. Does anybody believe they have somebody in their life that perhaps needs treatment for anxiety that is not currently getting that treatment?
You asked that side.
Yes, I'm going to get to.
But you didn't ask this.
Yep, I'm coming. So there was seat 29, I think. All right, who is that person? Okay. Seat 49?
My daughter.
Okay.
She is getting treatment.
Okay. Anybody else? 51?
My daughter, she's getting treatment.
39?
Myself.
Okay.
I'm not treated.
Okay. 28? 48?
Myself, and I am getting treated.
27?
I've had the diagnosis years ago.
All right. 13? 9, is it just sitting that way or is it up?
Sister and mother-in-law.
Okay. Anybody else? 53.
It was after 9/11 and it's fine.
Okay. All right. Same question. Different thing, though. Adjustment disorder. Anybody yourself, close family member, or really close friend have one of those adjustment disorders? Front row right. And if you don't know what it is, then it probably doesn't apply. All right. Seat 5. Who's that? Can you say that louder? Okay. Seat 7. Did you raise it? Okay. Anybody else front row right? Second row right. Third row right. Last row right. Seat 29? We will get to different ones. Right now it's just adjustment. Okay. Front row left. We're almost done, I promise. Second row left. Third row left. Fourth row left. Same question that I asked about anxiety. Anybody know somebody that you believe needs treatment for that disorder, even though you're not an expert, but you feel like that. That apply to anybody on the left? Right. Okay. PTSD, post-trauma stress disorder, or any other stress disorder. That apply to you yourself, close family member, or really close friend? Front row left. Second row left. All right, 15, 16, 18. Mr. 15.
I was in the military.
Thank you. Okay. Seat 16? Right. Seat 18? Oldest daughter? Third row? Oh, yep. Third row left? Fourth row? First row? I'm sorry. Seat 46? I'm getting left and right this time. Okay. All right, sorry, that was the right. Third row right, fourth row right, besides 46. Front row left. Seat 8.
Brother served in the military.
Second row left. 22. Seat 26.
Two nieces.
Anybody else? Second row left. Third row. Fourth row. 49. All right. 49.
Oldest brother coming back from Vietnam.
48.
My father fought communist guerrillas in the jungles of Guatemala.
51.
My daughter, I'd like to speak privately if you want details.
Okay. All right. Anybody feel like they know somebody that needs treatment for a stress disorder that is not getting treatment that we haven't talked about? Anybody familiar with the term battered spouse syndrome? And do you yourself, a close family member, or a close friend, suffer from that? First row left, second row, it's the right, I'm tired. Second row right, third row right, fourth row right, first row left, second row left, third row left, fourth row left.
That's the same one I told you previously about my sister-in-law, so I don't have to say it again.
Yep.
Okay.
Anybody familiar with that term? And that, we'll just separate it from the second part. Anybody familiar with that term? Ever heard it? Just raise your placard. All right. If what you believe you learned about battered spouse syndrome is different from what you hear in this trial, if it comes up in this trial, does anybody have any doubt in their ability to listen to the testimony about battered spouse syndrome? Or is somebody so married to their previous understanding before joining us in this trial that they may not be able to set aside their previous understanding of it? Okay. All right. It has been a long day. This is the next to last topic. Personality disorders. We're not going to do mood disorders. I'm sorry, Madam 29. Personality disorders. You yourself, close family member, really close friend. Front row right, second row right, 21. Okay. And do you recall which particular one? Disorder? Okay. Okay. Third row right, fourth row right, first row left, seat 13. That is a bipolar. That's a mood disorder. But all right, anybody else? Seat 8?
I can't remember what it's
Okay. Second row left. Third row left. Fourth row left. Seat 51.
I'd like to speak privately.
Perfect. Okay. All right. With all these things that we've just discussed, these from anxiety to adjustment to personality to stress disorders, if these topics come up because of your personal experience or the experience of your close loved ones, friends or family, does anybody feel like it's too close to home, this isn't the trial for me, I will have doubts in my ability to be fair and impartial if I start hearing about these things in evidence because of the experiences either yourself or your loved ones have had? Front row right, second row right, third row right, fourth row right, first row left, second row left, third row left, fourth row left. All right, I have 2 questions left, but before that, do you have any questions for me about anything that we've talked about? Any concerns you have? This is the job interview. We are all interviewing you. 49.
I apologize. It just come to my memory through the discussion of everything. My oldest brother was killed by his wife. 30-06. Police hauled him.
Hold on.
One second, sir. Just hang on 1 second. Sir, we're going to bring you in to address the circumstances in a more intimate setting in a little bit, okay, sir? Record reflect. Thumbs up is provided by juror number 49.
Seat 13.
General concern, if we're going to be going over 5 o'clock, like if I can't leave exactly at 5 o'clock or before, I'm going to have an issue with childcare.
Okay. Sorry about that.
No, just, that's a concern.
Seat 1.
I remember you asking questions about law enforcement. I don't know if this is relevant, but I do plan on going into the law enforcement academy at the beginning of next year. So I don't know if that was relevant.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Anybody else? Last time to ask this lawyer for free. Tomorrow it'll be a different lawyer. Okay. Who here has seen a high school, college, or Olympic wrestling match? All right. Who's seen a professional wrestling match? Doesn't have to be in person, just TV. All right. Who's seen both? Seat 33. Picking on you. What's the difference between an amateur wrestling match and a professional wrestling match?
What I do recall from high school, that's competition. Hulk Hogan, the Crusher, that's more professional, fake, in my opinion.
All right. Strong language has been thrown out there. Fake, choreographed, scripted. Okay. Everybody agree that that's the difference between a high school, college, and Olympic match versus a professional wrestling match that has ropes and you jump off the ropes and you do really, really crazy tricks. Can everybody agree to set aside what they think they have learned about the criminal justice system from Law and Order, from all those CSI shows, and from documentaries that claim to be true and true crimes and all of these shows? Set that aside as the professional wrestling of criminal justice and just listen to the facts that come in through the witnesses and the exhibits and the law that the judge gives in this case if you are chosen to serve. Can everybody set aside all the television and books and social media? All right. Thank you for your attention. I know it was a long day. We're just about done.
Can the parties approach for a moment? Members of our jury, thank you so much again for your time, your sacrifice, and your service. It is 5:15. We're going to break for this evening. I'm going to ask that you return here back to the Orange County Courthouse no later than 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Please report to the first floor, jury services. They will direct you where to go. We may be here. We may be back in 12A. Jury services will let you know where you are going to report. I have an instruction to read to you before I discharge you for the evening. Jurors, you must not conduct an investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get information related to this case or the people and places involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see any place discussed during the trial. Jurors do not watch local news or read local newspapers. Jurors must not have discussions of any sort with friends, family members, or even your fellow jurors about the case or the people and places involved. So do not let anyone make comments to you or ask questions about the trial. I want to stress again that just as you must not talk about this case face-to-face, you must not talk about this case by using an electronic device. You must not use phones, computers, or other electronic devices to communicate. Do not send or accept any messages related to this case or your jury service. Do not discuss this case or ask for advice by any means at all, including posting information on an internet website, chat room, or blog. With that, members of the jury, again, I thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Y'all can be seated. Thank you. The only other question that I have is, where do we want to pick up tomorrow morning, gentlemen? Do we want to be here, or do we want to be in 12A? Is indifferent to me.
I defer to the man that's doing his voir dire.
Mr. Anderson? I don't have a problem with that. Okay, then we will, let's start in 12A for us, because my arraignments already know to go there, and my docket already knows to go there for tomorrow, and then when it comes time for jury service, we'll come up here, okay? All right, thank you all very much. We will see you tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Court's in recess.